generalist. Thank you. You may be seated. Good morning. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience while we work out here. State, call your name, please.
State calls Constance Fisher.
You may proceed.
Dr. Fisher, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Constance Fisher, and Fisher is spelled Fisher.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a biologist forensic examiner in the DNA casework unit, which is in the laboratory division of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you been employed with the FBI?
For 27 years.
And what's your official job title?
It's a biologist forensic examiner.
And what is the nature of your work as an examiner at the FBI laboratory?
My nature of my position is to manage the DNA exams in a particular case. I will, once the case is assigned to me, I will read the incoming communications, decide which items to test and how to test them. Then I direct a team of biologists who actually do the wet work in the laboratory. And if there's any decisions or questions along the way, I'm the one who will make those decisions and answer those questions. In the end, I get the data from the instruments, determine the DNA profiles, and conduct the comparisons, write the report, and testify in court when necessary.
What's your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biochemistry from the Pennsylvania State University and a PhD in Biochemistry from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill.
Have you previously testified as an expert in DNA analysis?
Yes, I've been qualified as an expert about at least 60 times in various state and federal jurisdictions.
And how do you stay current in advancements in the field of DNA?
I stay current by attending scientific meetings and reading relevant articles in the scientific literature.
Could you explain to the jury what DNA is?
DNA is an abbreviation of the chemical name deoxyribonucleic acid. It's a chemical that's found in the cells of our bodies, and it can be thought of as our genetic blueprint. It has all the information for what you look like, how your body works. All of that information is stored in your DNA. Now, your cells have two copies of DNA, one copy inherited from your mother and one copy inherited from your father, so that everyone's DNA is unique to an individual with the exception of identical twins.
And how is DNA testing performed in the laboratory?
Well, first, we use DNA to, most of our DNA is the same, which is what makes us human. So to distinguish between individuals, we look at areas that are different. In particular, we look at areas called short tandem repeats. These are short areas of the DNA where a small section is repeated over and over again. And the number of repeats will vary per individual. And the DNA typing kit that we use looks at 21 of these STR markers. Now, in the laboratory, the DNA processing happens by taking a small cutting or a portion of the stain or whatever the item is and putting it in a small test tube. We then add chemicals to extract the DNA, basically purify the DNA away from everything else. Then we find out how much DNA we have in that extract, because it needs to optimize the next step where we copy all those different, the 21 STR, the DNA markers. And the final step is to separate those markers out by size. And it's the data from the instrument that does that separation that I use to determine the DNA profiles and conduct comparisons.
And could you explain to the jury what a kinship analysis is?
Kinship analysis is a way of looking at DNA profiles of individuals for potential relatedness. We know that DNA relatives will share a certain amount of their DNA in an expected pattern, with close relatives, say parents and children, sharing more of their DNA than, say, grandmothers or cousins. So kinship analysis looks at the DNA profiles in a stated relationship to see if it fits that pattern.
And what conclusions can be drawn in kinship analysis?
Well, if the DNA profiles don't fit that expected pattern, there is an exclusion. Sometimes there's not enough information to tell either way, And then so there'd be inconclusive or uninformative. And then there are other times when it does fit the expected pattern. And when that happens, then I perform a statistical calculation to give weight to that potential relationship. And the statistical calculation I perform is a kinship index.
What is a kinship index and what does that mean?
Okay, so a kinship index is a form of a likelihood ratio, where you're looking at the probability of two alternate competing scenarios. In kinship, it's the probability of seeing the DNA profiles if the individuals are related as stated, or versus the probability of seeing those DNA profiles if they just are not related. You divide one into the other to get the kinship index. A kinship index less than 1 favors that they are not related, and a kinship index greater than 1 favors the conclusion that they are related. And the magnitude of that number basically goes to the weight of that association. To put that number into context, we also provide a verbal equivalent. For parent and child, the upper level of that verbal equivalent scale starts at 100,000, which is a strong evidence of relatedness, and 100,000 is a 1 followed by 5 zeros.
And how do you know your results are reliable?
I know our results are reliable because we have a very robust quality assurance system at the DNA casework unit. All of our procedures are rigorously tested before ever being used on casework samples. And during this testing, we develop what are called standard operating procedures, which are like very detailed recipes. And all of our biologists and examiners are trained to rigorously follow these standard operating procedures. Before testing, all of the chemicals that we use are tested to make sure, before being used on any casework samples, to make sure that they work as expected and that they don't introduce any contamination. When we do the collection portion, only one item of evidence is open at a time, and they go into those little test tubes, are then barcoded and scanned throughout the process. We run controls alongside all of our samples, both a positive control to make sure everything's working as it should be, and we get the correct answer, that we know that positive control is a DNA sample that we know what the DNA type should be, and we have to get that correct type in order to be able to use the results. We also have negative controls, again, to demonstrate there's not, or to check that there's no contamination that occurred during the processing. Also, all of the reports and all the case files are technically reviewed by another qualified examiner to make sure that all the testing was done correctly and that they agree with my results.
Did you receive items to test for DNA in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did you receive and what were your results?
Received a tissue sample from the remains, received a buccal or a cheek swab sample from Nicole Aguilar, who was told to me to be the mother of Dominic Aguilar. Received another cheek swab sample from Jeremy Jarvis, who was told to me to be the father of Dominic Aguilar. And we also received a cheek swab sample from Dominic Aguilar's maternal grandmother, but we didn't end up testing that because we had the mother and father. So went through those 3 samples, then went through our DNA processing, and I looked at the DNA profiles. I saw that they fit that expected parent-child relationship. So I performed a kinship index calculation and got a kinship index of 76 quintillion. So in other words, the DNA results from the DNA profiles from the tissue sample was 76 quintillion times more likely if it came from a child of Nicole Aguilar and Jeremy Jarvis than if it came from someone unrelated to them. This provides very strong evidence that item 1 came from Dominic Aguilar. And a quintillion is, 76 quintillion is 76 followed by 18 zeros.
We'll pass with discharge.
No question.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Thank you. Call your next witness.
Oh, sorry. Dr. Flint. We'll call that. Good question.
Yes. Or did I miss that?
Thank you.
See if the witness has been sworn.
Thank you. Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the report?
Yes. My name is Dr. Casey Flint, Flint.
And what do you do for a living?
I am an assistant lecturer and an academic advisor at Texas A&M University.
And what is your primary field of study?
I am a board-certified forensic entomologist.
Could you explain to the jury what a forensic entomologist is and how one becomes board certified?
Yes, so a forensic entomologist will look at insect evidence as it relates to the legal system. There are various capacities in which we can do this, but the most common one that people associate entomology with is medical legal forensic entomology. And that's where we typically focus on deaths, abuse, and neglect of humans or animals. A person can become board certified through the American Board of Forensic Entomology. We take a 12-hour exam that is kind of comprehensive of forensic entomology, history, insects, casework that we look at. So it's about a 12-hour exam that we take.
Were you asked in this case to analyze larvae and maggots associated with human remains?
Yes, I was sent larvae and adults.
May I question the witness, Judge?
Yes.
And well, could you explain to the jury what your lab looks like and how you receive items to be tested?
Yes, so at this time I was associated with a lab at Texas A&M University. In this case specifically, we were contacted by the FBI to see if we would be able to receive and analyze evidence from them. They shipped it, I don't remember the carrier, but they shipped it to Texas A&M University, and we receive it, we process it, photograph it as we unopen it. We will look at the insects that we received, see what life stage they are in and what species they belong to. After we have those two parts of information, we will look up development data. So essentially that tells us at what temperature, how long they take to go through their development, through their different stages of their life cycle. And then we use the ambient temperature closest to the scene that we can find to correlate essentially how old these insects are at that scene that were collected.
Could you explain to the jury what time of colonization means?
Yes, so a time of colonization is our estimate that determines how old those insects are and when they were laid on a set of remains as eggs.
And what are some assumptions or data that you need to come to that type of conclusion?
So the first thing we need to have is we need to identify the species of whatever insect is sent to us. The insect development rate is species dependent, so they don't all develop at the same rate, so we have to know the species. We also have to know the life stage that it was at. So insects will go through, and flies specifically, they will go through a holometabolous development, which means they go through a pupal stage, so their immatures look very different from their adult form, right? The most common one we associate that with is butterflies, right? Caterpillars look very different from the adult butterflies. So flies go through the same process. They're laid as eggs to start. They will go through 3 immature stages. We call those larval instars. So as they go through these stages, they get older, they get bigger, and at this time in their life, they're consuming tissue. That is their primary life function during their larval stage, is they're consuming tissue or whatever food source they were laid on as eggs. Once they have enough nutrition to support their metamorphosis, right, their pupal kind of transition into the adult stage, they will leave that food resource that they've been feeding on. They'll find a safe place to pupate, which is what we call kind of when they turn into that cocoon stage. During that stage, they will digest all of their kind of larval anatomy, and they will reform their adult structures. So they have to have enough nutrition in that immature stage to allow for that transition into adulthood.
Original question.
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 49, States Exhibit 50, States Exhibit 51, States Exhibit 52, States Exhibit 53, and States Exhibit 54. Could you go through those? Permission to approach the screen, Jeff?
Yes.
Do you recognize those images?
I do.
What are they?
They are photos that I took of the evidence as I was unpackaging it.
And then specifically going to States Exhibit 53 and States Exhibit 54, what are those?
So 53 is a screenshot from the website of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. This is where the government essentially regulates weather data. So we use this website to pull reliable weather data from weather stations across the United States. 54 specifically is showing the relative location of the weather station that was used to obtain weather data versus where the remains were recovered.
And are these fair and accurate depictions of the photos from 49 to 52?
Yes.
And then on 53 and 54, is that a true and correct copy of the type of data that you use to come to your opinion and conclusion?
Yes.
State moves to admit what's been marked as States Exhibit 49 through 54, Judge. And let me approach defense.
No further objections on 49 through 54 are admitted?
Permission to publish?
Yes.
So I'll put on the screen States Exhibit 49. What is this?
So that was the first container inside the box. So it was a paint can that the evidence was sent in.
And then going on to States Exhibit 50, what do we see?
So that is as soon as I took the lid off of the paint can, showing how the evidence was packaged inside of that container.
And then we will go on to States Exhibit 51. What do we see?
So 51 is item number 6 that was sent to us, just documenting again how it was sent, with all of the information about where it was collected and what is supposed to be inside.
And so we see here it talks about being found underneath the body and in the insects are in alcohol.
Yes.
And any reason for that?
So the alcohol serves as a preservation method for these insects. It's also a buffer because sometimes as they get shipped, if there's not a buffer, it can damage the specimens themselves. So when we train practitioners, we train them to include we train them to ship the insects in ethanol as it preserves them.
And you just said that you train practitioners. Who do you train?
So I've trained quite a few people. I've trained students at the university, I've trained law enforcement, all the way from local law enforcement to federal agents.
And we'll move on to State's Exhibit 52. What's State's Exhibit 52 that we see on the screen?
52 is item number 7. Again, it has the location it was collected from, and on the bottom it says that they were reared to adulthood.
And then State's Exhibit 53, what do we see?
53 is the screenshot from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration showing the approximate location and the weather stations that were available.
And State's Exhibit 54, what do we see?
54 is the screenshot from Google Maps that shows how far that weather station was to the site where the remains were located.
And so going back to State's Exhibit 52, in analyzing the contents of State's Exhibit 52, what was sent to you, were you able to determine the species of insect?
I was, based on item number 7.
Okay, and what was that? And when you refer to item 7 that's photographed in State's Exhibit 52, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what did you determine or find out about the species?
So there were 2 species that were present in the sample. The first one is Formia regina. The second species is Protoformia terranove.
What is the difference between those 2 species?
They're in the same family, so they're all blowflies, right? They're all kind of the same type of fly. But when we get down to the more granular level of taxonomy, right? So how different species are related to one another, they are in different genus groups, right? So they are related to each other in a way that they are the same type of fly, but they are different species, and so they have different life history traits, different developmental rates, etc.
What about habitat or where they come from?
With these species specifically?
Right.
Okay, so these specific species, for Formia regina, it's a fairly common species throughout the United States. We have them in Texas. Typically we see them towards the cooler months, so maybe October, September through maybe March or April. For Protoformia terranove, according to the key that I identified them with, they include distribution data, and there was no documented occurrence of Protoformia terranove in Texas. The lowest that they found geographically was in kind of the Colorado line.
Okay, and why is that?
Different species essentially specialize in different temperatures, right? If we go to somewhere very cold, us being from Texas, right, we're not truly adapted to cold weather. Same thing with species, right? For any type of animal, they kind of adapt to different conditions. And in Colorado specifically for Protoformia terranove, it was documented that they're at higher elevations. And so there are different microclimates that are associated with elevations as well as in the United States. And so they have their specialized geographic range where they can be essentially the either the dominant species or they can compete enough to survive there.
So we talked about colonization and that during that colonization process, the insects are eating. What are they primarily eating?
So these species specifically, they consume decomposing organic matter. With a lot of the blowfly species, we will see them associated with food trash, with vertebrate remains, but there are species that do specialize on vertebrate remains, or what we call carrion.
And would that include human remains?
Yes, it does.
And when that is happening, what parts of the body are they going for first? And then what is that overall projection and how fast is that?
So when the adult female will lay eggs, in the egg stage, they're defenseless, right? They're encapsulated in the egg sac, really. And so when female flies lay eggs, she will lay them in kind of natural bodily openings. So eyes, ears, nose, mouth, genitals if they're exposed, or any wounds that are present on the body. And that's because when these first instars hatch, they're very, very small. And so they need to be located by parts of remains that are soft tissue, right? They have easy access to the soft tissue of eyes, our nasal cavity, the mouth. And so as they develop and they get older, they can move into other parts of the body. So they'll start really kind of concentrated in the facial region, depending on what other bodily openings are available. Then they tend to move towards where the tissue is concentrated, so mostly the torso. So we'll see them move into the torso. As that is consumed, they will go into really the extremities.
And which would include the arms and legs?
Yes.
And so you talked about how in the face, that's, I guess, one of the primary or first locations of colonization. Does that also then lead to the insects consuming portions of the brain matter?
It can, yes.
And how do they go into the skull?
So a lot of the times they will get direct access through the back of the mouth or up through the nose or even in through the ears.
And then once that's consumed, that's part of their food source and we're not getting it back.
Correct. They incorporate it into their own body tissue.
Based on your analysis of what you received from the FBI, is there a date of possible colonization that occurred on or about July 26th of 2021?
Yes.
I'll pass the stretch.
We have no questions, Your Honor. Thank you. May she be excused?
Yes.
Yes. Who's your next witness?
Dr. Person.
Can I see the attorneys up here?
Good morning, Dr. Burson. Could you state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
It's Michael Burson, B-U-R-S-O-N.
And what is your job?
I am a private practice forensic pathologist in Colorado, and I'm also an appointed coroner in Weld County, Colorado.
What is a forensic pathologist?
A forensic pathologist is a medical doctor who has specialized training in pathology, which is the study of disease, and more specialized training in the medical legal aspects of death and disease, which would be forensics. So I'm a medical doctor who practices forensic pathology.
So who are your patients?
Unfortunately, well, dead people.
And what education do you have to attain to be a forensic pathologist?
So the minimum for a forensic pathologist is a undergraduate degree, and then a medical degree, and then residency training in anatomic pathology, and then fellowship training in forensic pathology.
And so you do autopsies.
I do.
How many autopsies have you done?
Oh, it's over 5,000 at this point.
And how long have you been doing it?
I've been doing it for 14 years now.
And have you done autopsies on children?
I have.
Have you done autopsies involving blunt force trauma?
I have.
Did you do an autopsy in this case?
I did.
Are we up to 54?
55 is your next one.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And who did you do an autopsy on in this case?
I did it on the remains of Dominic Aguilar Acevedo.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 55, State's Exhibit 56, State's Exhibit 57, State's Exhibit 58, and State's Exhibit 59.
Okay,
Do you recognize those?
I do.
Where were those pictures taken?
These were taken at the morgue facility where I performed my examination.
Okay. And do those pictures accurately represent the remains and articles of Dominic Aguilar?
They do.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 56.
Okay.
So what are we looking at there?
This is the remains of the decedent after they've been removed from the packaging they arrived in and laid out roughly anatomically on a clean sheet of plastic.
Okay, now, so when they arrived, how did they arrive?
They were essentially sandwiched between a piece of cardboard or plastic and wrapped in plastic sheeting and then sealed with duct tape to just kind of contain the remains from the site.
I'm showing you what's been previously entered as Exhibit 48. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, and what is that?
That is the packaging that I just described that contains the remains.
And then exhibit, what are the remaining exhibits? What do these depict?
So these are articles of clothing that were also contained within that package, admixed with the tissue and remains that I described previously. So this is clothing that's covered in dirt, debris, and insects.
What color is the shirt?
It's a blue shirt.
And the underwear is, what logo's on the underwear?
Batman.
You mentioned bugs on the clothing. When you initially opened the board sandwiched together, what happened?
I'm not sure I understand what happened.
Were there more bugs?
There are abundant bugs, maggots typically.
And how did they come out? Were they inside the body?
They were covering all contents of the package, the clothing, the hair, the extremities, the dirt. They're abundant.
So you mentioned, and I'm not going to show the picture, you mentioned in one of the exhibits you had taken the remains and sort of organized them on the table.
Yes.
What did you do after that?
Well, after we laid them out, I examined them roughly, just trying to account for what parts were recognizable, and then we X-rayed them.
In this case, were you able to arrive at a conclusion as to how Dominic Aguilar died?
Not conclusively, no.
And why is that?
Because I had so little of him to examine, and the condition of the body really limited my ability to see detail or evidence of injuries or natural disease.
So what would you need in order to arrive at a conclusion, to rule out disease or to rule out any particular injury?
Well, ideally an intact, non-decomposed body, but at minimum, having soft tissue where the injured tissue is still present to look at, or even intact, even partially decomposed organs would allow me to look for natural disease or injury. So the presence of tissue would have been very, very helpful.
I'll pass the witness this time. No question.
Thank you, Dr. Person, you are excused.
Judge, we are going to recall him after our next witness. I don't believe it'll be long. We do have a few more questions.
Okay. Then subject to recall.
Thank you.
Please stay outside.
Thank you.
We're at 60, right?
I thought it was 59. The next one is 60.
59 was admitted, so 60 would be the next one. Dr. Christensen, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Angie Christensen, and Christensen is spelled Chrisstensen.
What do you do?
I am a forensic anthropologist with the FBI laboratory.
And so what is a forensic anthropologist?
A forensic anthropologist is someone who studies human skeletal remains or material that may potentially be human skeletal remains.
And were you sent human skeletal remains in this case?
Yes.
Who sent them to you?
These were received, I'm not sure exactly who mailed them. I think they may have come from the medical examiner's office.
And the remains you received, were they identified at that point?
Yes.
And who were they the remains of?
If I might be able to refer to my notes while I get the name.
Yes.
Okay. They were identified to me as belonging to Dominique Aguilar.
So when you do an examination of remains, can you go over with the jury how that looks?
Yes, well, the examination, the anthropological examination depends in part on the condition and amount of skeletal material that's present. In this case, there was still some soft tissue that was decomposed and adhering to some of the skeletal remains or bones. This I removed in the laboratory so that I could examine the bone surfaces directly. In this case, my examination also involved looking at the bone surfaces visually, using a microscope, and also using radiology.
So when you say visually, you're just talking about putting them on a bench and just looking
Just
at them?
examining them with the unaided eyes.
And then the microscope is?
The microscope is just a tool for looking at things up close or magnified.
And then what is the other instrument you said?
Radiologically, so that means using x-rays.
And what are you looking for when you do an examination?
It depends on the case and the nature of the request. Sometimes anthropologists are helping in the identification process, so trying to figure out to whom the remains might belong. In this case, the remains had already been identified, and I was asked to look at the skeletal remains for possible signs of trauma.
And then, so what are you when you're looking for signs of trauma, what is it you're looking for?
I'm looking for any disruption to the bone that may have come from an outside force.
What is the term remodeling? What does that mean?
Remodeling is a term that refers to bone that is undergoing typically a healing process, or it also occurs during growth and development, but typically it's seen in the healing process when a bone is fractured.
So if I fall and break my leg, and you look at my bone, how is it going to appear?
When a bone is broken, the body immediately starts the healing process. And one of the first things the body does is lay down what's called a soft callus. So this is the production of loosely organized bone that the body lays down very quickly in an attempt to repair that fracture and join those fractured pieces back together. Over time, that soft callus is remodeled into a hard callus that looks much more like regular dense bone, but usually appears as a bump on the bone surface. With enough time, that bone is remodeled back to its original shape.
So are there different stages in this process?
Yes, so the initial stage is that soft callus formation. That is typically seen within days to weeks of when the fracture occurred. Hard callus formation is typically weeks to months after that fracture occurred, and typically the final bone remodeling to its original shape takes months to years.
So when you say days to weeks, are you ever able to be more precise than that?
Not really, because fracture healing depends on a lot of variables, including which bone was broken and how severely, the age of the individual, their health status. All these things affect how quickly a fracture heals, so it's not possible to be more precise.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60. Actually, I'm just going to 60 through 80. Just take a minute to go through those. Tell me if you recognize them.
Yes.
Do these, or what are these pictures of?
These are photographs that I took during my examination documenting healing fractures.
Do these bones, do they accurately show the remodeling process that you just detailed?
Yes.
And if you look at them, can you see the physical phenomenon that you were talking about?
Yes.
Right. And these pictures accurately reflect the bones of Dominic Aguilar as you examine them?
Yes.
Any questions?
Dr. Christensen, what are we looking at here?
This is the mandible or lower jawbone. And depicted there is a fracture along with some soft callus formation.
Your Honor, may the witness step down?
Yes.
Can you just...
As long as you remember to face forward when you answer so she can hear you.
Okay, I will, thank you.
Can you
point to the jury what you're talking about?
Yes, so this is the fracture in the mandible here, and this sort of spongy looking bone here is that soft callus formation as part of the healing process.
Can you hand her a microphone? One of the house mics, the big ones.
The big ones? This
Yeah.
one? Oh.
Much better.
What are we looking at here?
This is also the mandible or lower jawbone. This is a different fracture. This is the fracture line here, and all of this spongy looking bone is the soft callus formation.
Here, what do we see?
This is that same fracture picture, just from a different or more macroscopic view.
So, can you kind of let the jury know where here is that fracture?
Those are two different fractures. This one is on a part of the bone called the ascending ramus, which is the part of the mandible that goes up to meet your cranium. This fracture here is on the front, about right here.
What are we looking at here? Oh, sorry.
Please make sure you reference an exhibit.
Okay, we're looking at State's Exhibit 68.
This is a picture of the left and right clavicles or collarbone and left and right scapulae or shoulder blades.
Did you find a fraction on this bone?
There was a fracture on one of the scapulae, yes.
And then State's Exhibit 67. What are we looking at here?
This is a fracture line here, and you can see some of that remodeling bone or soft callus.
Now,
You may have said this, your scapula, what part of the body is that?
Scapula is also called a shoulder blade.
this is State's Exhibit 73. What are we looking at there?
This is an image depicting the hip bone, and in children, many bones start out in multiple pieces that eventually grow and fuse together as the child grows. The hip bone starts out in 3 pieces, and these are 3 pieces each of the left and right hip bones.
This is State 72. What are we looking at there?
Those are the left and right ischia, and those are one of the 3 parts from the previous photograph. And this is showing that on parts of the ischia, there's remodeling or soft callus formation.
So where on a human being is this part of the body?
The ischium, you're sitting on it. It's the part of your hip bone that makes up the very bottom of your pelvis.
And what's the nature of this fracture here?
These are fractures where this bone would meet up with another part of the pelvis where they're not joined together by a bony junction yet. They're probably held together by cartilage. That fracture is at that junction.
And what are we looking at here?
These are the left and right ribs depicted here and here, as well as some fractured rib fragments that are not joined to the other parts of the ribs.
Okay. And what did you observe on these fractures?
These fractures also, I believe they're depicted more in close-ups in other pictures, but there is soft callus formation on the ends of these broken ribs.
So I'm going to show State's Exhibit 76. What are we looking at here?
This is one of those, actually this rib shows 2 fractures here, one of the ones on the end with that spongy soft callus. There's also a fracture here surrounded by soft callus.
So, and again, the soft callus is indicative of?
It's the bone remodeling process as the bone is beginning to heal.
State's Exhibit 77.
This is, again, one of those broken rib fragments, but one of the pieces that's broken away and not joined to the other part of the rib.
And then you see the remodeling on this one.
Yes, the picture is a bit blurry, but all of this kind of spongy looking bone is the remodeling.
State's Exhibit 78.
Similarly, this is a fractured end of a rib and the soft callus formation.
79.
This is the same, fractured end here and soft callus formation here.
And 80.
The same. I believe the end of the rib is just out of the picture there, and this is all soft callus.
You can have a seat, doctor. So in order for bones to have the soft callus tissue, when does the injury have to occur?
This means that the injury occurred prior to death.
So there's a term, I don't know if you've used it yet, perimortem.
Perimortem refers to trauma that occurred at or around the time of death. These fractures that we just looked at are what's called antemortem or before death. And we know they occurred before death because we can see the body's response in that beginning of the healing process.
And you said earlier, you were expressing in general terms, but in terms of a time frame, these injuries here, when did they occur?
Soft callus formation is generally within days to weeks after the fracture occurred, but I can't be more precise than that.
There's a couple more questions. Did you examine I know the jaw is part of the skull, did you examine the rest of the skull?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any fractures there?
I did not find any fractures on the cranium, no.
And how did you do that examination?
I examined it visually, microscopically, and I took a CT scan of the cranium, which allowed me to look for whether I could see any fractures that were internal to the cranium that I couldn't see on the outside.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
So it's fair to say, if I understood you correctly, that at or around the time of death, there's no evidence of any injuries, correct?
I didn't find any, no.
And it's also fair to say that your report says the antemortem trauma, what you were talking about with the ribs and the fractures on the ribs and other parts of the body, that timing is undetermined according to your report, right?
The timing is undetermined, that's correct.
And the reason it's undetermined is, to be fair, everyone heals differently from injuries, right?
That's correct, yes.
So instead of days, it could be weeks, months. We just don't know on a particular individual because everyone heals differently, right?
Everyone does heal differently, but soft callus formation is that early part of the healing process and is typically seen within days to weeks. Hard callus formation, which takes more time, is typically seen in weeks to months.
And so it's fair to say, once again, the antemortem trauma, what you talked about, the cracks on the ribs, the jaw, the sternum, anywhere else, we don't know. It's undetermined, right?
It is in the early stages of healing,
It's
so
a yes or no. It's undetermined, right?
the timing is ultimately undetermined, yes.
And so when you are looking at these bones in your lab, you're taking notes at your bench, right?
Yes.
And those are called bench notes. And those have been shredded, right?
No, I provided copies of my bench notes in
No,
Discovery.
ma'am. Your handwritten notes were shredded, right?
I don't know that I took handwritten notes in this
Well,
case.
we don't have them, right? In other words, you didn't bring them with you today, did you?
I don't believe they exist.
I think you called it the circular confidential trash, right? You remember testifying on February 15th, 2024, right?
Yes, I said that in some cases, and I couldn't recall for this one specifically, I sometimes take temporary handwritten notations. I prefer to take my bench notes that are typed because I think it's easier to read and because I like to put photographs of...
Ma'am,
What?
all I asked is if you brought your handwritten notes with you, did you?
I don't think there are handwritten notes for this
When you
case.
testified on February 15th, 2024, I asked you, are your handwritten notes still around? And you said no, right?
Part of that
You said no.
Part of that discussion was a hypothetical because I said I don't recall that I actually took any handwritten
Ma'am,
notes in this
John?
case.
Yeah,
I'm
better
showing you-
finish her answer.
Oh,
Then you
please,
can
please
correct.
finish, ma'am.
As I recall, you questioned me about the potential of the existence of any handwritten notes, and I said that my bench notes are electronic, and that in some cases I might take temporary memory aids until I get to my computer to type up those notes, but that I wasn't certain that I did that in this case.
Anything else, ma'am?
No.
So I'm showing you page 100 of your testimony from February 15th, 2024. And what did I ask you, ma'am?
Are your handwritten ones still around?
And what was your answer?
No.
Did you qualify it?
No.
You
But
just said no, right, ma'am?
That's correct.
And to be fair, what you just testified about, in front of ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the bones on there, they're gone, aren't they? They've been cremated, haven't they?
Once I'm done with my examination, I return the evidence to the agency who submitted it, and I'm not sure what happens to the evidence after that time.
You have not spoken to any other agents in the Bureau, the agent mail yet? Any other agents about them sending that body back to SAPD, or an SAPD saying, we don't want it, we're sending it to the funeral home for cremation? You didn't ask anyone about that?
I'm not personally responsible for shipping evidence once I'm done with my examination, and what the funeral home does with the remains is beyond my control.
Not very fair, the funeral home cremated it before we had a chance to look at it, is it?
I can't speak to that. That's not my responsibility.
And you didn't take any microscopic slides, did you, ma'am?
There was no purpose for taking microscopic slides in this
Yeah.
case.
Yes or no? Did you take microscopic slides? Yes or no?
No.
No further questions, John.
Redirect.
Just briefly, the stages of remodeling, the first one is the soft callus.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then after that, you said hard callus?
Yes.
Did you find any of that on the bones?
No.
And then hard callus, you said with soft callus, you're talking about days to weeks.
Yes, correct.
Hard callus, what is the time frame?
Typically around weeks to months.
And then what's after the hard callus?
Fully remodeled bone, typically months to years following fracture.
Are you able to identify if there was a previous fracture that had fully healed?
I wouldn't be able to see that, no.
When you said there was no need to do a microscopic slide, could you explain?
Yes, microscopic slides are only used in anthropological examinations in my laboratory for determining human versus non-human origin. Histological slides, so I mentioned that I use microscopy, which is just using a microscope to look at a close-up view of the bone. Histology is something different, and that involves making a very thin section of a tissue or material, mounting it on a glass microscope slide, and looking at that under a microscope. That procedure of mounting the material onto a slide is destructive in nature, so we try not to do it unless it's absolutely necessary, and we only do it for determining whether that bone is human or non-human in origin. In this case, there was no reason to do histological slides.
So at the conclusion of your examination, how many photographs did you? We've seen 20 here. How many photographs did you?
I'm not sure. I think there were close to 100 specimens submitted, and I did photograph everything, but sometimes as groups, so there'd be multiple bones pictured in a single image, but I photographed everything.
And you did some imaging as well?
What type of imaging are you?
On the cranium?
Yes, I did a CT scan, and a CT scan is just it's a bunch of x-rays that are stacked together by a computer to make a three-dimensional x-ray.
So if anybody wanted to review your work, they would have lots of imaging, photographs, you wrote a report?
Yes, all of my imaging as well as the data from the CT scan were provided in discovery.
Pass the witness.
you look under a microscope to look at these injuries in more detail and closer view, right?
Yes, that's correct.
But an expert that I would like to have look at those bones, they're gone, and he or she could not do that, could he or she, right?
I guess not, no.
I'm sorry?
No, I guess not.
No further question.
They should be excused.
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor. You are excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness.
Call Dr. Gerson.
Yes.
Dr. Gerson.
Yes.
At the conclusion of your autopsy, was a decision made to send Dominic's remains to a forensic anthropologist?
Yes.
Why? Do medical examiners or pathologists, do they work with forensic anthropologists?
Yes.
And in what sort of circumstances would you want to collaborate with the forensic anthropologist?
Well, unfortunately, we do it often. If we have skeletal remains that we need to have examined for evidence of injuries that may help us determine a cause of death, or for identification purposes. So skeletal remains are often encountered by the community, and they come to our office, and then we will send them off to an anthropologist routinely.
Permission to approach, Your Honor? Publishing States Exhibit 60. What is this here?
This is a photograph of the mandible from the decedent in this case.
What jumps out at you?
There's a fracture on the left front portion of this mandible.
All right, now, I guess just to be clear, you can't, when you see an injury, you can't ever determine exactly what caused that injury as a pathologist, can you?
No, we usually just attribute it to blunt force.
Okay, so when you say blunt force, what are you referring to?
A blunt object of some sort struck an individual, or an individual struck a blunt object. A force was applied in that area that resulted in a fracture.
All right, now, is this bone here, this is the jawbone, is it a hard bone?
Very hard.
And when you say force, can we, is this just any force?
It's a significant force.
Significant force, okay. In your experience as a medical examiner, pathologist, can this be caused by striking someone with a closed fist?
I have not personally encountered that, but that would be a blunt force.
Okay. Looking at States Exhibit 73, what do we see here?
So these are the bones of the pelvis of the decedent.
In the pelvis, where's that?
Your waist, at the bottom of your spine, the top of your legs join it. It's a complex three-dimensional structure that supports our body and we sit on.
So,
if someone were to put a child on a bed and strike them, in their words, on their bottom or their butt, is this the region they'd be striking?
Well, a portion of it, it would be, no, I don't know specifically how these bones are laid out, but the back portion of the pelvis has two little ring portions that I believe are on the lateral aspects or the sides of that picture. And yes, being struck on the bottom in that area would definitely impact the pelvis, specifically the area called the ischium.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 72 and previously admitted. What are we looking at here?
This would be close-up views of that area, the ischium of the posterior or backside of the pelvis.
Okay, so when someone were to use the expression bottom or butt, is that what we're talking about here?
That would be the bony portion of the bottom or butt that we are all sitting on right now.
Right. And then showing State's Exhibit 75. What are we looking at here?
These are ribs from the decedent.
Have you reviewed Dr. Christensen's report?
I have.
And you've looked at the photographs and imaging that she did?
I've looked at the photographs. I did not analyze the imaging.
How would you describe the fractures in this case?
Well, I can only go by what she wrote, but the fractures that are described are, of most significance to me, they're multifocal. They include various parts of the body that are on different areas of the body.
So as a pathologist, why is that significant?
So when we describe fractures, and I've already said that's attributed to blunt force trauma, which means that some blunt object strikes an individual or an individual strikes a blunt object. If an individual was to fall from a height onto their buttocks, they may sustain these injuries. But the individual wouldn't simultaneously sustain injuries to their mandible or their jaw. So one of the underlying features of non-accidental trauma is injuries to multiple portions of the body on different body surfaces, because those typically can't occur simultaneous from one event. So the fact that here we have fractures distributed across the decedent's body illustrates or supports to me a conclusion of non-accidental trauma.
You said you've done...
Josh, maybe a question.
Thank you.
Do you have another witness before lunch?
Yeah.
I thought you said tea approach.
Those are non-natural deaths or unknown deaths. As a medical examiner, we perform those investigations, including autopsy examinations, to determine the cause and the manner of death.
How many autopsies have you done?
Thousands.
And what education do you have to be a medical examiner?
I attended and graduated from the University of Texas at Austin with a degree in mathematics. I then attended and graduated from the University of Texas Health Science Center Medical School here in San Antonio. I completed my internship in family medicine at the University of Arkansas in Fort Smith, Arkansas. I then returned to San Antonio to complete my training in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology, and am board certified by the American Board of Pathology in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
So how many times have you testified in court?
Many.
Have you done autopsies on children?
Yes.
And in addition to testifying about cause of death, have you testified here in San Antonio about what we call serious bodily injury?
Yes.
Now, you did not perform an autopsy in this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's because you perform autopsies on bodies where the deceased is found here.
Correct. The jurisdiction of a medical examiner lies in where the death occurs. So we are able to investigate any death that occurs within Bexar County.
Did you review any reports in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
And who authored the reports that you reviewed?
There was an autopsy report performed and authored by a Dr. Michael Burson, and an anthropology report performed and authored by a Dr. Angie Christensen.
And as a medical examiner, do you sometimes rely on the opinions, conclusions, observations made by forensic anthropologists?
Yes.
Have you ever ordered forensic anthropology at the conclusion of one of your autopsies?
Yes.
And have you reviewed the photos of the bones in this case?
The ones that were supplied within the forensic anthropology report. Yes.
Now, you talked about being familiar with serious bodily injury. Do you believe that the bone fractures in this case are consistent with serious bodily injury?
Patrick, and ask for a legal conclusion.
Judge, an expert's opinion is admissible even if it embraces the ultimate issue, that's Rule 703 or 704. I don't remember which one off the top of my head.
I'm not talking that kind of conclusion, Your Honor. I'm saying jury determines if it's SBI or not. She testifies what the effect of the damage was. Jury decides if it's SBI or not.
Sustained.
What effects can untreated rib injuries have?
So rib injuries, I'm going to use as rib fractures. So an untreated rib fracture, a rib fracture in general usually results in pain. There's a lining called a pleural lining that surrounds the rib, doesn't surround, but is along the side of the rib. And it's has a lot of nerves in it, right? So you can feel a good deal of what your ribs are doing. So rib fractures usually result in pain, and that would be pain with, say, breathing. So inspiration, when your lungs, when your chest wall kind of expands, it would cause pain. It would also cause pain if with, say, coughing or expectorating, which is where you're trying to get things that don't belong in your lungs out of your lungs. And so when you're not doing those things as well, you're not fully breathing and you're not fully getting things out of your lungs that don't belong, That can lead to pneumonia, which is an infection in the lungs, which is then kind of even more difficult to treat, again, because of the fractures.
Now, there's also evidence of the pelvis, it's the bone there.
The ischium?
What are some ways that fracture could impair, or could impair the child's functions?
I apologize, I'm just making sure it's the ischium and not the ilium. I want to make sure
Take
I'm
your
correct.
time, Beth.
Yes, it's the ischium. So pelvic fractures, again, the pelvis is the bones that make up the kind of bottom of your abdomen, and it's where the muscles of the legs and the buttocks all insert, right? As well as the bones of the abdomen. So pelvic fractures, again, can be painful. And because of the muscles and tendons that insert into these bones, the way that that could manifest or show would be difficulties walking, maybe limping because of the pain. Again, difficulties breathing. I know that seems strange, but the abdomen actually has a lot to do in how we breathe. Those muscles go in and out when we breathe, as well as our chest. And so that can also be, depending on where the fractures are, that could also be painful. So the main manifestation of the pelvic fractures would be pain, and that pain could then affect, again, other functions like walking or movement or potentially even breathing.
There's a fracture in the jaw. How would you characterize that fracture?
There is a fracture. There's actually, I believe, 2 fractures of the jaw. One that appears to show more healing than the other. But these jaw fractures, I would say, are significant and certainly can also affect the functioning of the jaw. The jaw's job being mainly eating, or what we call masticating, chewing the food. And so when you have a fracture of the jaw, it can certainly affect whether or not you're eating appropriately. You likely want to eat only soft things that don't require a lot of chewing. But in addition, whenever you have a fracture of the jaw, there's a great deal of bacteria that lives in our mouth. And so when those fractures aren't treated appropriately, it can lead to infection in that bone. That's not uncommon for that particular complication to occur, in which case that infection can then lead to even more pain, even more difficulty eating, could even be long-term effects from that. But it can also lead to that infection getting into the bloodstream and causing what we call sepsis, where you're very, very ill, or even getting into the cranial cavity where the brain is, causing infection there as well.
Can any of the injuries that you're talking about, can they lead to death?
Yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
With counsel. In this case, what's the nature of the rib fractures?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Like, I guess there's not a doctor, so if I say something wrong, correct me as fast as you can. There are different types of fractures, like there's some that are hairline, pinpoint fractures, and then some that are more severe. Is that correct?
There are different types of fractures, yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Been previously entered. I think you're on the right page. What are we looking at here?
It's a photograph of ribs.
And we're looking at, let me just see that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're looking at State's Exhibit 75.
Correct.
Okay, so are those like hairline fractures?
So in this particular photograph, you're looking at intact ribs as well as rib pieces. The fractures are not necessarily well delineated in this particular photograph, although they are in other photographs. But the fractures, as described and photographed, are fractures at the ends of the bones. So it's harder for me to answer that question about hairline displaced, as well as some fractures within the bones. And the reason it's harder for me to answer that is because they're all healing. So a hairline fracture is a fracture that's essentially across the bone and doesn't displace, doesn't move, right? Versus we can have a displaced fracture where the bone fractures and then it offsets and moves. So what we see in this case are fractures where the bone is still together, so it could be a hairline fracture, but it's healing. So what that fracture originally looked like is more difficult to say. They now look more like hairline, but were they like that originally? That would be a difficult conclusion because, again, it's healed, or healing, let me rephrase. And when the body tries to heal, it tries to put things back together in the original way that it was.
Okay. And when you say it's healing, what does that tell you about when the fracture occurred?
It occurred sometime prior to death because there's time for healing. So fractures that occur at or near about the time of death obviously haven't had time to heal. So these would have had to have occurred prior to that.
Pass the witness.
Dr. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Fair to say some of these fractures could have been a month or so before time of death, right?
That's possible, yes.
Thanks. No further questions.
Any regret?
Could they also be days to weeks old?
It depends on which fracture we're talking about, but yes, there's some that appear more acute or subacute, and some that appear older. So they could be within, as a whole, they could be within this time period. We can talk about individual fractures as well.
So it would appear that the trauma, the blunt force trauma that caused the fractures occurred at different points of time over a period anywhere from days to weeks to maybe a month.
It appears this way. I mean, the fractures are all healing, the fractures show different times of healing. So some of the fractures show more healing and some show less healing. So that would be consistent with two different events at different times.
Pass the witness.
No question, John.
Thank you, Dr. Williams, while you're excused. Sorry, let's sit and stay.
They call Samantha Pettis, is there? Have I approached it?
Yes. Suspend to remain under the same law. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Showing you what's already been entered as State's Exhibit 12. Can you point to an area on this exhibit, particularly this page, where your phone number appears? What item numbers is that?
Item number 50 and 51.
And then is there a date associated with item 50 and item 51?
Yes, it's July 26th, and then 51 is July 26th also,
Of what year?
2021.
July 26th of 2021. Were you under the assumption that the defendant was on his way to Miami, Florida?
Yes.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
May I approach the screen, Judge?
Yes.
And was that based off this text message?
Judge, this was all asked and answered a day ago. It's going over the same thing again. I objected to cumulativeness today, Your Honor.
Approach. Approach.
And I'm asking to please take it down, Your Honor.
Take it down until we can resolve the objection.
This is in regards to, so contextually what we see from the other exhibits, particularly the text messages, is that the defendant had exhibited or expressed to you that he had a plan to go to Miami, Florida for work and all that. And particularly wanted to focus your attention on this message. And if you could tell me kind of contextually, tell the jury contextually what that message meant. And I'll read it. You probably don't want to hear this, but I advise you not to do it. That's a long time. And like I said, that's a lot of dollar sign, money, going back and forth also. You're already here. We have plans for you to go to school, like you're trying to move here already. Could you explain kind of contextually what that message meant?
Yes, so he had been planning to relocate here to Texas to be closer to me and our children. It didn't make sense to me that in the middle of him having his timeshare with our kids, he just abruptly wanted to go back to Miami for some work. He had already been here. He had already been living in hotel rooms. And
That's all speculation.
And when you talk about we have plans for you to go to school, who are you speaking about?
in regards to that, it was my daughter, our daughter. It was during the summer, so she had been out of school for her age, and in August she would have been starting school. So we needed to figure out where he was going to live, where I was already here. So we needed to figure out what school she was going to and make plans for that.
And so based on that message and what you're talking about is that you were comfortable with your daughter using any address that he would have moved to go to a particular school?
Objective leading, Your Honor.
What significance does the address of where he may live have with regard to your daughter's school?
At the time, we had a 50-50 parenting plan. So whichever school was a better school district, pretty much it would determine what school she would go to, depending on where he would live.
And the school year starts about what month?
Middle of August.
Absolutely.
What's Arlen's phone number?
It is 305-505-5049.
How often do you call?
How often do I call that? I don't.
Thanks. No further question.
Redirect.
Have you spoken to Arlen?
I don't remember the last time I spoke to her.
And her relation to you is what?
She's my children's grandmother.
And what's her relation to the defendant?
She's his mother.
That's what it is.
No questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You're excused. Any witnesses for today that are left? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess for today. It's 1:45. You're going to get the rest of your afternoon off. The plan for Tuesday is for us to work from 9:30 until 1 o'clock. So maybe pack some snacks that you can eat at a break. I want to work through lunch so we can finish. It sounds from what the attorneys are telling me that the evidence part we can finish by 1 o'clock on Tuesday. So remember, no court Monday, it's a holiday, enjoy your long weekend. So what that means is that potentially on Wednesday morning, our goal is to get this case to you. So we would give you the jury charge, closing argument, and you immediately deliver it on Wednesday. Once on Tuesday, I'll give you more instructions on what that means. So for now, you're excused and you remain under the same instructions. Do you have a question? You can ask the bailiff, okay? Thank you. Have a good weekend, everyone.
All right.